Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon, and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. And as always, thank you for all your support, including sharing, chatting, liking, and subscribing. Now roll that famous logo animation! Good evening and welcome back to Computerized Start Live! I'm your host, Justin D. Morgan, and I have expansion cards in organized boxes, and some of them are on standby for testing. And we'll start with the one here, but not before I start with who is in the chat. We have Jack68K, Trident. Hi, Jack. We have K-Mac Vintage. Hi, Will. Trident again, Will says. Frank S. Trident. Hi, Frank. We have Francois. Hi, Francois. Yes, I'm just in time tonight. If I was TBS, I would have been on time, but I'm not TBS. We have Gut Bomb. Hi, Jason. We have Thomas Armstrong, says test by fire. I hope there's no fire tonight. And we have, let's see, Retro Techie asking, is it fixed yet? And that is not my middle name. You can guess again next time, Retro Techie, but this actually isn't a repair stream. So if any of these are bad, they're just going to the side. Jack says, Trident cards are bursting with flavor for sure. You know, I'm out of Trident gum. I'll have to go to the store and get some more. We have Sadmac356. Hi, Sadmac. Sadmac says, concrete sucks. I'm not sure I want to know, but yeah, concrete is, depending on why you're referring to concrete, yeah. Francois says, 3 streams at once, my computer is melting. Well, my test computer could be melting, but to help it melt more, I do have the Trident Fund. I did actually see a Trident card get listed on eBay today, and it might actually fit a chassis I have, but it might not. I don't know. I can't tell. That's not it, Gut Bomb. But let's see here. Yeah, link is in the description if you want to help fund the acquisition of new and different Trident cards that I do not already own. The only reason why I didn't buy it already is I'm trying to make sure stuff doesn't arrive next week because I don't want packages to pile up on my porch. Yes, I will not be streaming next week, so that is an important channel announcement. Oh, Sadmac says, I'm not majorly hurt. I just tripped over myself running to catch a bus and scraped the crap out of my knees. Ouch. Alright, well, glad you are not seriously hurt. And yes, falling onto concrete is, yeah, not fun. Especially when you do it stepping off of a school bus with all your classmates in the bus. It's another time when falling on concrete is not fun. Of course, that was a while ago. Alright, so we have the first of 3 test motherboards, because I don't have a motherboard that can do all 3 types of cards at once, or all 4 types of cards at once. And for the ISA and PCI cards, I'm going to use this one here, because I know it works. Yeah, no other reason than that. This is a Pentium motherboard of some sort. I don't remember what brand it is. It's got the VX chipset. It's got a Pentium 90 in it. Don't let it lie to you, as it will. I've got a PCI card in here just so we can make sure that my setup is working. And then we will go to the ISA cards, because the thing is, I don't know how many of these cards work, but I want to make sure my setup works. Can't tell you how many times I've seen an Adrian video. He forgets to check the setup, and then he realizes that his setup wasn't working. So let's Retro Techie says throw an SSD on there and install Windows 11. I thought I'd let you have that challenge, Retro Techie. Anyways, so this is the motherboard we'll use for PCI and ISA. Then if we get to VESA Local Bus and AGP, for VESA Local Bus, I'll have to pull out a 486 board that also has PCI slot. Well, no, maybe I won't pull out the VIP board. Maybe I'll pull out the VESA Local Bus board. And I've misplaced my RAM chips, Thomas. I don't have any RAM upgrades for the Trident cards because I misplaced them. I'll have to find them. Jack says, this is going to turn into a repair stream, isn't it? Well, if we get through the cards and I have a pile that needs repaired, maybe it'll turn into a repair stream. But what I really want to do is test the cards, because it does me no good to have a bunch of cards that aren't tested. Because the other thing I'd like to do is list all the cards I have so I don't buy duplicates, but I'll just have to rewatch my live stream to transcribe that, unless someone wants to kindly transcribe the list as we go along. Retro Techie says RTX 4090. We will not be we will not be testing the PCI Express cards tonight, because that would be yet another motherboard I have to drag out. We're not testing PCI Express tonight. Gupum says, every Justin stream is a repair stream. Sometimes it's just more planned. Yeah, exactly. Alright, without further ado, let's see if this motherboard is going to turn me into a liar or not, after I turn power onto it. Now, I know this video card works, or at least it worked last time I had it powered up on Dave's stream. So, but yeah, for the VESA Local Bus cards, I'll have to pull a VESA Local Bus motherboard out, and then for the AGP cards, if we get that far, I'll pull out an AGP board. Now, for most of these cards, I'm just going to see that it posts. If it posts, then we're moving on. Unless it's an interesting card, then we'll run benchmarks. But I just want to make sure I set up a new compact flash card on Dave's stream. So I do see that it's working. Oh, hey, Jesse. We have i8386SX in the chat. More of a tabletop computer. Yeah, this is a tabletop computer. Alright, so that we have some baseline scores for what this board can do. And also because this motherboard lies about what processor I have in it. For the eagle-eyed among you, you might have thought you saw that the post said that it was a Pentium 133. This is not a Pentium 133. This is a Pentium 90. I don't know why the motherboard reports it as a 133. The BIOS is lying for some reason, and it may not be a very good reason. Hi, Mike at Mike's Future Retro. Welcome! But anyways, just so everyone sees, this is a Pentium 90, and otherwise not really a very fancy computer, but we're going to run the benchmarks as to how good this motherboard can do with, this is a ATI Mach 64 video card. So, I think there are 3 benchmarks we'll look at. We'll limit it to 2 benchmarks, because I have a number of cards to go through. Hey, I thought it was a Pentium 133 until I ran this program. Anyways, we'll run the Superscape 3D because everyone likes spinning computers with bouncing howls. Also, it runs pretty quick. So, this video card processor combo can get a 79.9 frames per second on this benchmark. Benchmark it with editing a Final Cut 4K video. Retro Techie, do you want to set my computer on fire? That would, literally probably melt my entire workbench if I tried to run Final Cut on it. It's 640 by 480, Jack says. And we'll run Doom. Because who doesn't love a good Doom benchmark? We won't run Quake because on this combo, Quake doesn't really run that fast. Actually, this doesn't really run that fast either, but that's why I said we'd benchmark the more interesting cards. Otherwise, I think I would spend all night benchmarking all of the ISA cards if we benchmarked each and every one. We'll only benchmark the more interesting ones. Now, you all can vote in the chat if you think something is more interesting that I don't. Richard Techie says, you play that game so fast. I know. I am fast. So, 1556 real ticks. That is the score to beat, which I don't know that any of the video cards in the ISA box will dare beat that. Anyways, that is... I think those are the two benchmarks we'll run. PC Bench and Doom. And without further ado, let's get to testing cards. Now, I do have a marker sitting beside me that is one of those paint markers. So when I test a card, I am going to mark it, and if I just see that it posts, I think I'm gonna mark it with a P or something, so I remember it posts. But if I actually run some benchmarks on it to see that, yeah, it looks like it's working a bit better, I may actually put a little check mark or something on it. So the first card, which I've shown this on the channel before. This is one of those two Cirrus Logic video cards I bought for like $10, and they were new in box. This is not counting as one of the more interesting ones. I just want to see if it posts. Because actually, I don't think I've tested it. So we'll I should write OSTs on the cards that post. Interesting. Oh. There we go. Alright. It posts, and actually the video quality is better than the other one. Well, I may think I may put this card in the computer that the other one's in, because that video quality looked better than the first card. So, Trident Tuesday is now a thing. Trident Taco Tuesday. And I didn't even have tacos today for lunch. Now I feel like I missed out. Actually, they didn't serve tacos today. Alright, the next video card. Oh, here we go. I guess how appropriate. We are, the second card is a Trident 9000A video card. Okay, I now feel obligated, because it's Trident Tuesday, to run benchmarks on the first of each Trident card type that I pull out of a box. So, representing that if it posts. If I pull one out and it's dead, well, it won't count against us. Alright, so representing the Trident 9000A series of video cards, we have this absolutely generic Trident 9000A video card. I don't see a single brand mark on it. Jack says, Trident 9000A sounds very advanced. I don't know that it was advanced. It was a predecessor to the 9000i, which simply meant that it was all integrated, as in it had its RAM DAC and everything built in. Alright, so Richard Techie says, I hear the next Xbox will have this very same video card. Well, Retro Techie is wanting me to buy none of the next-gen consoles, because this video card would not make a very good Xbox. And I don't know that I want a PlayStation. because of PlayStation Network. All right, this Trident 9000A video card scores 29.7 frames per second. That is like a pittance compared to the PCI video card. And for the Doom score, look at that slowness and those jail bars. Yeah, oh, Jack says it's the 9000. It makes it sound fancy. Oh, yeah, like the Binford 9000. HAL 9000, yeah. Yeah, those are fancy jail bars. This is the Binford 9000 jail bar producer. It produces jail bars, and it goes faster if we start the gas engine, and, well, someone stole the gas engine off this card. Jack says, oh gosh, this is painful. Retro Techie says, man, you slowed down, you must be tired. Yeah, I'm getting tired very quickly. In fact, apparently, I think you all are going to potentially enjoy this, because I think I just realized, K-Mac says, this is like Trina's mem test. Yeah. This is why I said we'd only test one sample of each Trident chipset, because this is why you don't put an ISA video card in a Pentium system and then try to play Doom. Yeah, this is quite painful. In fact, I think this card is going to represent the 9000 series, because I don't think the successing chips add any performance benefit. Wow. Okay. Are we almost done here, computer? Come on. You can do it. All right. Someone will have to do the calculation for frames per second. This is more like 12 seconds per frame. Did we raid Tech Ambrosia or something? Oh, Retro Techie, I said I was going to run benchmarks. If you want to watch me try to play Doom, then you'll want to tune into my live stream on the 29th, where I'm going to take one of those bump bars that have been seen on YouTube, and I'm going to try to get MIDI working on them. Oh, hi, Mikey in 6IL. Yes, Jail Bar Sprint, yeah. 2134 game ticks and 6782 real ticks. That's like... Thomas says, high-speed Doom. Yeah. I would have to go look for the calculation, because I don't know what that is, but that's bad. All right. So, you don't want to use a Trident 9000 series graphics card in for Doom. All right. So, because I tested this card, and okay, it's got jail bars, but I mean, it works, so I'll give it a tick mark. The tick mark doesn't mean it's jail bar free, it means it works. Alright. I mean, works in that. Trident ISA 8-bit. Well, I know the Trident ISA 8-bit card works, so we're not testing it tonight. I don't want to be here all evening waiting for the benchmarks to run on it. Alright, we have a Trident TVGA 8900D. Which, despite the fact that the model number's lower, I think it's actually a higher end graphics card. Jack says that was 11 frames per second, so yeah. Yes, 35 times 2134 divided by the real tick. So 11 frames per second. Jack says my guess was too generous. All right, so representing the 8900 series of cards. Representing the 8900 series of cards. Okay. Retro Tech Chris says, it's doing exactly what we expect. It's representing the 8900 series of cards. Yes, Chris. Yeah, it is. Hi, Chris. I've got a postcard in the system just so I can see that it is actually trying to do something. And Jack says it's representing most Trident cards. We're hanging at postcode 85. Okay, which Trident card is this? This is this the Trident card I got from Ellen Y? Looks like it could be. All right, I will give it one reinsertion. Retrotech Chris says, Jack68K says postcode 85 equals Trident not supported. Chris says postcode 85, Trident card present refusing to boot. Yeah, that's about what it seems like. All right. Interesting. The IRDY line is low. I think this card was tested to mil spec, mil standard negative 810 F for failure. It was probably rated to withstand shock of 0 Gs. How many more cards do I have? Well, unfortunately, this card is going to get an X. Which, if I do fix it someday in the future, that marker will come off. And then I'm going to find another marker that has a finer point that I can actually write with. And I'm going to write no post. That card is a big fat failure. All right. All right. For the next card in line, we have okay, we have a card that I do not believe I can test in this computer. I don't know that it's going to like it. We will try anyways, but I suspect it's not going to like it because it's not a VGA card. I'm trying to find my RGB to HDMI cable here. There it is. All right. Send it to Retro Techie. You know how much postage is to Canada? That's the one I want. Canada Post, I think, likes to remind us that send it to him, COD. Alright, hold please while I try to remember which of the HDMI inputs my RGB to HDMI is on. My RGB to HDMI, which I have... Oh! Unplugged. Why did I unplug it? Obviously, I unplugged it to plug something else in. Oh, actually, I think the computer actually is booting with this card in it. And we can't see it because I've unplugged the RGB to HDMI. So hold please while I find the cables that go into it. Alright, well there's the HDMI cable. Alright. And let's see here. The power cable is... Oh. There it is. Okay. I did not realize that I had some CGA cards in the box, or I would have probably still not have plugged this in beforehand because I would have not had time to. Alright. So there's the HDMI. And there's power. And now one of these HDMI inputs should have something on it. Is it 2? There we go. Whoop, sorry, flashing alert. Trying to fix it. Alright. Well, that sure does not look like CGA. Is this an EGA card? Oh! Excellent! This is actually an EGA card. That's nice. Alright. Let's see here. Retro Techie says broke. Yeah. I thought Retro Techie would decline the offer. Mikey says postage to Canada is a lot. I sent a box of VIC-20 game cartridges to Canadian Retro Things, and it was quite pricey. Yeah. The Retro Techie says thank you, Justin Trudeau. Yeah. Thomas Armstrong says yeah. Canada Post and USPS have some kind of overpricing deal. Mikey says around $30 US for a shoebox. Thomas says I can ship a package airmail to the UK cheaper. All right, well, we have let me see if I can get that menu off the screen here. Let me see here if I can't. There we go. So, will any of these benchmarks even run on... I have no idea. Oh, well, that one obviously is not going to. Oh, I think I just locked up the system. Okay, I think I really locked up the system. All right. Okay, we may not be able to run a single benchmark on this card. Also, that's neat that we have a green screen. EVGA. EVGA. We have an EGA card, yeah. Whoa, flashing warning. Don't know why it's flashing. Probably because this card's not really compatible. I'll go to table cam until it stops flashing. There we go. Okay, so I don't think 3D Bench is going to run. Chris's 3D Benchmark's not going to run. PC Player Benchmark's not going to run. Will Doom for slower PCs run on EGA? No. That would be a no. That is quite the valiant attempt, Doom, but I... Okay, so this card will not run any... Gupom says those were some graphics. Yes, those were some graphics. Okay. In lieu of being able to run benchmarks, let me install Check It real quick, and we'll run Check It to make sure the card's working. Because obviously, all those benchmarks are VGA. Also, if anyone's wondering, the screen is not green at the moment. So, apparently, until the BIOS gets initialized on the card, I guess the background color is whatever it happened to power up at, and green was the color du jour the first time. And, oh, yeah, the BIOS screen is flashing again. So, obviously, the BIOS on this computer is trying to do something that is not quite EGA spec. All right. And the thing is, I don't think this is a Trident card, but I don't know what brand it is. Let's go see if I can't find Check It. There we go. We'll install Check It, and then we'll install any Trident cards with a GPU. Oh, I've got Trident cards. This just isn't one of them. And the thing is, they're coming out of the box in the order that they're in the box. And I didn't like pre-order these in any particular order. They are coming out in the whatever order they went into the box, which is the reverse, going to be basically the reverse order that I found them in. In effect, my box is a first in, first out stack right now. But these benchmarks don't run on EGA, so I at least thought I would install Check It. Hi, Vborg. Welcome, Tim. Trident had the 3D Image cards, yes. And I contend it's 3D Image because we have to make it sound fancy because they accented it. FIFO would be a Q, yes. Yes, basically, I'm popping stuff off the stack. Alright, so let's see if this card works. There we go, that's my super secret serial number. Oh, interesting color scheme. Oh, there we go, look, video benchmarks. Maximum performance level reached! Oh, really? um, yeah, that's why I don't normally run that benchmark. Thanks. Check it. You're the greatest. All right, tests, video, all tests. All right. Okay, the RAM on the card passed. That's good. All right, we are going to have some minor flashing. All right, that screen looks good. That one looks good. That one looks good. That one looks good. I've reached terminal performance, yes. That one looks good. That one looks good. I think some of these, it takes the RGB to HDMI a moment to sync. That one looks good. All right. Yep, that one looks good. Yep, that one looks good. I suspect all the grid tests are going to be fine because we're staring at these from a capture card, so there is no distortion from a curved CRT. Ah, the wonderful color palettes. Look at those color palettes. Yeah, awesome color palettes. Yep, yep. Those color palettes look good. There's our, those color palettes are actually kind of nice. There we go. Their mode EH colors. Yep, those colors look great. And what do you know? Capture card has uniform red capture, yes. And uniform green capture. Okay, RGB to HDMI. It's a little trouble syncing onto such a large screen of nothing but blue. There we go. All right. So it looks like this card's working. I did want to do one thing. So no benchmarks, but I want to see if hardware info will tell us anything else about this card. Because I don't know what chipset it is. And Jack says I can install three Trident cards in this system and have 3 times the performance. Yeah, funny. Okay, I think hardware info is having a bit of trouble with the card, but okay, so it's an EGA color chipset of unknown brand made by Everex. Okay. Oh, you know what would be cool is if I would plug in the composite. We'll do that later. All right, enough with this card. So this card works, which is cool. I don't remember why I bought this EGA card, or maybe someone. Oh, that's right. I bought it because it had a expansion header on it for a project that I realized it wasn't going to work. So, anyways, we'll put a tick mark on it. So, yay! That's a nice EGA card that maybe if I've got a couple XT boards, so maybe if I get one of them up and running, maybe I'll put that EGA card in it. Test on... Oh! Alright, the next card in the pile is... Oh, here we go. I think this is everyone's favorite enigma. If I can figure out how I taped it closed. Because there's something rattling around in the... Oh, yeah, okay. It's a Trident card. It's the one that has the password feature. Go figure. I know it works, but let's see if it still works. If I can get it in the slot. Alright. I've pulled the board off of it that... I pulled the daughter board off of it that probably connected to some internal thing. I'd have to go back and find the live stream where I tested it to remember where that solder board goes, because I don't remember. Oh, I think it went on the RAM DAC. Okay, so we are still churning. Oh. It would help if I change inputs now. Oh, that's right. This thing is like... Oh. The check it disk was... Yeah, it's off screen. This thing runs at some weird refresh rate. My scaler doesn't like it. I don't remember what chipset this has, but I believe it may be our next representative candidate of a Trident chipset. It is the... Oh, it's the 8900A. 1 megabyte of RAM. Although, honestly, this card runs at a weird refresh rate. But, well, rules are rules. Enigma, but which album? It would be their upcoming hit album, Mysteries of Trident Cards. Jack says the password was 00, right? Yeah, I think it might have been like 00, quadruple zero. Yeah, I think it might have been that. Need to get like a Core 2 Duo with an ISA and run Windows 7 with the EGA card. Ow. Ooh. 17.1. That's even worse than the 9000A card. Francois says, for more information on the FireWire 800, contact Lisa Barker by phone at... Surely this phone number from 2000 is still valid, right? Hello, Bob's Pizza Shack! You want a FireWire 800 pizza? Sorry, sir. Alright. Whoa, look at those high-quality jail bars. I don't know how we ever exited the early 90s with the graphics cards. I don't think the jail bars show up on... I don't think the jail bars show up on a real monitor. Thomas is asking, what's the most powerful video card that board can support? Probably a something like an ATI 9200. I think those came on PCI. You know, there might have been some GeForce MX 400s that were on like PCI to AGP bridges or something like that. Oh, Fieldworks. Oh, Fieldworks. Fieldworks 8000-365. Oh, yeah. Gutpump says there were some PCI GeForces surprisingly late in their life. Yeah, I think this card would take a PCI GeForce. Now, how well would DOS games run under it? Because at some point, graphics cards changed the way they did like memory writes, which is why Commander Keen has trouble with newer graphics cards and games like that. It's like the video cards changed how you wrote to the memory, as well as would you really realistically be happy with a version of Windows that would support that card on this motherboard? Probably not. I think in my PCI box I have some faster cards, and we'll test them in this board. I set the rule. This was my PCI and ISA test bench. And I'm thinking we're probably going to be closer to like 8 frames a second. I don't know. You know, maybe we're going to be about 11 again, because... Unless you want to talk about those DOS 3DFX games. I wish I had a Voodoo card. But I don't have any. I would. Beautiful shadow detail. Oh, yeah. Gutbomb says you wouldn't gain anything with the GeForce and DOS games that you couldn't get with the Matrox Millennium. Yeah, exactly. Okay, let me see if I can get my multi-scan monitor to resync to the refresh rate, because I can't read it. It's like completely off the screen for me too, even on the monitor I have beside me. We may never know what that benchmark score was. Hold please, I'm trying to press the buttons and they don't want to press. All right, come on. Ah, man, I accidentally hit the keyboard as I was trying to hit buttons on my monitor. All right, well, the numbers off the screen, and unless I can get my multi-scan monitor to like show the entire screen. Hold on. Okay, I can't I don't have a 5150, Thomas. Yeah. I don't have a 5150. I don't have a 5160 or a 5155. I don't have anything like that. But this card does work, and by work I mean it functionally works, but its default it's this card has a different default refresh rate than normal cards. So that's why it's like not working with this with my setup. I wish I had a 5150 or a 5160, but the IBM portable PC I had wasn't mine, so I've given it back to its owner. They were very appreciative that I got it up and running. I mean, I did mention to Dave that I'd been looking for a 5155, but I think the big bad biologist has also been looking for one. Plus, I kind of would prefer one that had the amber screen in it, truth be told. Thomas says, I just got another 5150, need some love and recapping. Honestly, I would probably rather have the 5160, but I guess I wouldn't complain if I got a 5150. I think pretty much they're almost about the same. Okay, so this is a TVGA 9000 card. So this is a Trident card, and we've already run our 9000 benchmark. So all right. So this card posts. Thomas says I have a 5161 expansion. That's neat. All right, so I'm going to put a P on this card for post, and hopefully I remember what that means. I'll write myself a note on the box. All right, next we have, here we go. This one's kind of special for no apparent reason. So we have a Cirrus Logic VGA card, and this is actually one of those cool VGA EGA cards. But I believe this is a full-blown VGA card. So I can plug my VGA card straight into that. And yes, let's see here. I've occasionally seen the IBM PCs show up around here, but oh, okay. It is. The computer is posting. Ah, I think this card is in the wrong. I did not see the BIOS screen at all. Ah, I bet this card is in CGA or EGA mode or something. Oh, sorry, flashing warning. Oh, this card is totally in the wrong mode for VGA. Oh, wow. That is, that's annoying. So, if I try to run a VGA benchmark, is this thing going to, like... Okay. I'm noticing something unusual here, and I'm not sure if any of y'all have noticed it. But where's 1-bit when you need him? Thomas says, dip switch, then they print the manual wrong. I can't find the manual for this card, so I don't know that I can fix the switch settings. 13.8. It's 13.8. I am curious, if I plug the RGB to HDMI in, and then... Oh. What are we going to see on that? Whoa! Okay. That's weird. Is the card not in, Oh, the card must not be in EGA mode. What? There are 8 dip switches. Why in the world is this thing like so... Okay, this card must not be outputting a... Okay, so I don't know what it's set for. Okay, we can skip the Apple ones. Alright, we can skip that. Wait, what's that one? That one's Atom VGA. Wow. Colors are wrong, but... I wonder if it's outputting like a VGA type signal out the TTL port? I sure don't know what in the world this is. Wow, the wise one was kind of close, but the colors were wrong. OTI-VGA? The colors are wrong, but that certainly looks like... That must be it. This must be like a VGA TTL signal. And bet there's no profile for the right colors on it. Alright. I know that looked like a... Analog video is weird. Yeah, so that's what I'm seeing on the VGA. Yeah, there's like 8... I don't think I ever found the manual for this card. Because I think I remember looking, and I don't think I ever found it. So, I guess maybe we can see if we can find something for settings. I mean, I think the card is working, but... So, this is a... Cirrus Logic... Oh, I remember this card. I bought it, because it was like an 8-bit Cirrus Logic that had the TTL and RGB, and it was missing the oscillators. So I had to replace the oscillators on it. I couldn't find a full can one for that one value there. So that's what card it is. So it's a Cirrus Logic CLGD 520A, and I think this is the 520B chip or something like that. There's no manufacturer name on it. But anyways, there are 8 switches, and I don't know what any of them do. Hi, Dave. Welcome. So I guess if anyone... Oh, it's a Max Logic card. There we go. Anyways, if anyone can... Oh, there we go. It's a Max Logic MX675B. Oh, well, let's see if we can find that. I forgot. There was a... There's a link on the VCF forums. There's a post on WorthPoint, which quite possibly might be... Oh! Yeah, that's WorthPoint's page for the card I bought. Wonderful. The person on the VCF forums could not find the jumper settings and linked a page that's no longer on the internet. And I have no idea if the Wayback Machine archived it, but at least the Wayback Machine is back in read-only mode. So... Is that page archived? Here we go. So, according to the switch settings I just found on the internet, this card might be configured for on, off, on, off, which doesn't match any of the settings on this. That's wonderful. Off, on. No, that doesn't make any sense. This is an 8-bit card. Why would it have an 8-bit setting? Okay, this web page is bogus. Okay, that's an unhelpful web post. I suspect I sure thought I'd checked for documentation before I bought this card, but oh, good night, Jack, or good night, Frank, or hold on, good night, Frank. Yes, and why is someone saying good night, Jack? Did I miss something? Oh, Frank is replying back. Okay. Jack says, someone was unhelpful on the internet? Surely not. Surely no. I know. Go figure. Yeah, they posted, it was switch settings for a 16-bit VGA card. Alright. Let me give it one last chance. Thing is, I may just have to, try every switch combination one of these days, or try to figure out where the switches are connected on the card. But I don't know that there's any chipset documentation available. I'm thinking if I could find the another card that uses the same chipset, that maybe it would have similar switches. Thank you for the sub, Inlight 2K. I bet the switches are the same across all these cards. Let me see if I can find a Oh, here we go. DOS days. DOS days might have the switch settings. I don't know why I didn't find this earlier. Here you go. You thought this wasn't going to be a repair live stream. So this card is currently figured. Okay, if DOS days is correctly, if the DOS day settings are correct, so it's on, off, on, off is PS2 monitor type. Okay, that's kind of weird. And let's see, switch 5 is on, which is set primary graphics card. And configuration is off, on, off, which is not a valid setting. Maybe that's why this card's not working. I think it might be set. I think the switch settings might be invalid. I think that might be why we were seeing weird glitches. So I'm going to set this for a VGA monitor, which means I need to set off, on, off, off, on, off, on, off. All right, place your bets in the chat. Did I just configure this card for VGA? Did I just configure the card to self-destruct? And yeah, just when you thought I'd have an entire stream of dip switch settings, yeah. Oh, hey, Callan, welcome. Switch lighter OLED. Okay, so far so good. Okay, we had a video image. my postcard's trying to suggest I get a 5150 because I had the code on it was 5150. Well, I didn't. Well, I didn't like completely mess things up. All right, well, let's run. Hey, look at that! We have color now. Justo would be a fine nickname. I think we're actually set for VGA now. Neat. And DOS Days is going to get an A+. I don't know who runs DOS Days. If I knew who did, I'd send him a sticker. There we go. I'll put that in the chat so I don't forget it. Alright, well, we still have the same performance in VGA mode with color that we did in monochrome mode. Alright, does anyone even want to see how badly this is going to butcher Doom? Yeah, of course you all do. And now that we're running in VGA mode, well, the good news is we don't have jail bars. Jack says 13.4 frames per second, smooth as butter. Well, we'll probably be able to see the benchmark score. No worries, Callan. I am glad I bought this video card now. I don't know what computer it's going in. Oh, obviously it's going in an XT class computer. Sadmax says it's trying its best. Oh, all right. While we wait for this Doom benchmark to run, I have something I want to do for my Halloween stream. So if you go look at my scheduled streams, you'll probably see that I'm working on the Quadra 700, and the theme of the stream is going to be, well, Jurassic Park. So I would love it if all of you all would send me a short video, preferably in landscape, because my live streams are in landscape, but I'll take portrait. Saying, or your favorite Jurassic Park film movie quote. Please keep it G-rated, because that's how we roll here. And I'm hoping that I don't get like 15 videos of everyone going, life finds a way. But I'm fully prepared for that. So you don't have to dress up. You don't have to have any dinosaurs in the screen. But I mean, if you had some like, yeah, Jack says, it's a Unix system. I know this. I mean, obviously it'll be a bonus if you had like some toy dinosaurs or something to throw on the screen, or maybe you have a Unix system to sit in front of for that line, or if maybe you've got a white hat and a white shirt and you're gonna do the spared no expense line. I mean, that could be really cool. But yeah, I will need those by like the 29th so I can like assemble them together real quick. Jesse says, I do have a remote control dinosaur. Okay, and if you really don't want to be on screen, but you have like some toy remote control dinosaur, or like a dinosaur toy, or maybe a picture of a computer that appeared in Jurassic Park. I mean, I'll take photo submissions too, or if you'd rather just do an audio recording, yeah, we'll figure something out. But yeah, I thought that'd be really cool. So yeah, I'll need those by the 29th. So I'll remind you again Thursday. Do bird count? They are dinosaurs in the end. We'll be flexible. But anyways, yeah, I thought that'd be cool, and I'll find a way to, like, I'll probably just create a fake movie trailer or something and show it at some point during the live stream. But yeah, I thought that'd be cool. So it'll be a way that you can like be in the live stream without me having to pay for software to have guests. So yeah, that'd be cool. So yeah, I guess get your creative thinking caps on, and Francois says, movie trailers are designed to give you an idea of the film in question in a very short space of time. Well, maybe this will be to... maybe this will be to get you in the frame of mind for the live stream. And I might have ordered a few things from Amazon to help with that, but and all I have to say is PVC stuff that gets printed in China with whatever ink they use. Man, am I glad I unrolled the one item to let it air out. Although honestly, I need to set it outside. But whew, ugh. It smells like polyvinyl chloride and like soured Windex. Or what I would imagine soured Windex would smell like. Yeah. I'm probably going to have to set it out in my garage. Jack says 9.396 frames per second. Wow. I'm actually just glad I got this card working. Oh, there's one other thing about this card. I don't know if anyone's noticed, but take a look at the font. Doesn't that font look different? Jack says, we'll be generous and call it 9.4 frames per second. Actually, DOSdays mentioned this in their write-up on the card. They pointed out the font that was on this card. That actually looks kind of neat. Francois says, why not Pumpkin Windex? I didn't pay for Pumpkin Windex. Scented polyvinyl chloride banner. Blah. Alright, this card works. Yeah, that actually is a nice font. And this seems like a nice card for an XT class system, so we will put a check mark on it, because we actually did run some benchmarks on it. And I know it's not a Trident card, but I'm pretty sure I've got some more Trident cards down in here somewhere. Jesse says pumpkin spice Windex. Yes! I should... You know, actually, I have been tempted to set up like a low-end PC to just be able to like do typing on. That Jack says WordPerfect 5.1 would look great with that. Yes, it would. Maybe I should use that video card and like set up a little X. Is that a 3D6? No, it's actually a Pentium. It's a Pentium system. Well, it's Cheap PC Challenge Month. Unfortunately, I have not had a chance to do anything with the Cheap PC Challenge. If I have even a couple seconds, I was going to throw something together at the last minute for the unlimited category, because unfortunately I didn't buy any of the parts this year, so I occasionally would look for parts and never found anything. Yeah, Jack says I'm busy with the cheap video card challenge. Alright, so this is another Trident video card. I think it has only 256K of RAM on it. And disappointment. Wow, we are stuck at postcode 85 again. Let me see if I can look that one up. AMI WinBIOS. Oh no, this isn't AMI WinBIOS. This is AMI postcode 85. No, this isn't a WinBIOS. The sticker looks like WinBIOS, but it's not. It's not a WinBIOS. Okay, so obviously this card is not going to post. I think this is probably going to be in the AMI color list. It says password soft error check. That does not sound right. This card doesn't have a password on it. Password soft error. That doesn't make sense at all. Password and soft error checked. Memory size compared to CMOS. That does not. Okay, if this was an AMI plus error code, it would mean about to display soft error. Okay, that might make sense. That it's about to display an error and it can't. Unfortunately, I don't know where. I need to look up where the speaker header is on this board. It's probably gave me the beeps for bad video card. ATI cards are too nice for this stream. Well, we do have a few ATI cards. This is another TVGA 8900B card. Seriously, I don't. There are Trident cards that have not aged well, and I think the 8900 series is some of them. All right. I just reinserted the card. It gets 3 attempts, one of which is after a reinsertion. Okay, it's got dirty contact, so I'll probably draw an M on it and mark it for contact cleaning. So I did break down and I bought a bottle of the good deoxit because it's, well, supposedly the best stuff out there, and at least they don't pay for, that I know of, they don't pay for sponsors. Kind of looking at UBW 100. Alright, so let's get our 8900 score. Yeah, I'm going to mark it for contact cleaning and we'll move on. It also needs some extra RAM, but don't worry, Inlight 2K, and welcome. Yeah, it's this is a P54C board. I picked Pentium so that I could do ISA and PCI on the same board. Now, if anyone's wondering why I didn't pull my VIP board out for testing video cards, it's because there are some video cards I found that will not work on a 486 because they have Pentium code in the BIOS. So that's why I decided I would use a Pentium board for the PCI card testing. And I figured if I was going to insert and remove a lot of cards, I'd rather risk this board because I don't have many Visa Local Bus boards. So I figured, yeah, 15.8. This one's speedy compared to the last card we had. So anyways, yeah, I picked this board for ISA and PCI. I'll then get my VIP board out for Visa Local Bus if we get that far. Because actually, I have a decent number of Visa Local Bus cards. And then if we get far enough, which we probably won't, although we are kind of going through these faster than I thought we would, so maybe we will. I'll get my so as a play on the VIP board for the Visa Local Bus testing, I will pull out my MVP board for AGP testing. And yeah, in this case, VIP simply is an acronym people came up for Visa Local Bus, ISA, and PCI motherboard. It has all 3 types of slots. MVP motherboard is referring to it's the VIA MVP4 chipset. Unless I find a Pentium 2 board with AGP faster, but I figured we'll see what I pull out. I was thinking of getting a Super 7 board out for AGP testing. I may grab a Pentium 2 system instead. We'll see what I feel like. Even a Pentium 3 board. Alright, so this board has some jail bars. You know, am I accidentally running Doom on another 8900 card. No, wait, no, the first 8900 card didn't work. That's right. No, okay, that's right. So this is the representative sample. In fact, actually, that first card may just need contacts cleaned as well, but it didn't post at all. That'll be the first thing I try before I scrap it. Because unfortunately, I found you can't really repair these Trident cards. I know, shocker, right? I'm sure Adrian would probably laugh at the thought of repairing a Trident video card. Somewhere. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so I have 4 more ISA video cards. And then we'll go to PCI, which I may pull the boot device out because repairing a Trident card is good soldering practice, at least. Yeah, I'll give you that. It is good soldering practice. Alright, so this card is going to get marked M for marginal, and I'll just note on it contacts. And I'll probably realize that I'm okay with cleaning the contacts on a card because 6911 real tick. So this one's going to be closer to the 11 to 13. I don't know. Jack's running the official frames per second calculation. So 6911 real ticks. And we'll go ahead and go to the next card. Now, the next card will probably make an appearance again for DOSbench if it works. Alright, so M for marginal, and then I am also just writing something on the board. 10, we'll call that 10.8 frames per second. Alright, so I'll put that in my repair pile. Alright, the next board actually is kind of something a little bit special. I hope it works. I probably might have paid too much for it. It's not a Trident card. But I believe this might be the fastest ISA video card. Or one of them. It is a Cirrus Logic CLGD 5434. Normally, you see this on PCI cards, but it actually does work on ISA. And it has 2 megabytes of memory. Yeah, it's the, it's the STB Nitro. This was actually kind of a high-end board for ISA systems. So, this card is for my 386 DX40 system whenever I manage to actually get one working. And I think this is the first time I've tested this card. So, Inlight 2K says, STB, simply the best. Yes! Alright, so 3, 2, 1. Oh, no banner. Need to go to my storage and get my old stuff and get it to you because it's just sitting around. Oh, yeah. Yes. No. No. No, no. That's not good. That's not good at all. That's that What? What? No, 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 no. I can't even read the frames per second. Jack says totally normal, nothing to see here. No, that's what Trident cards are supposed to do. Okay, well, Doom text works. Ah. That is. Maybe the chips need to be reseated. Yeah, I'm like. Is there mem test for video memory? um, there might be a way to test it, but that is just really weird. The thing is, it almost looks like it's showing everything that's drawn. It's just interlaced vertically. But check the BIOS chip on the card and push it down. Yeah. I'll check the both memory. That is like really weird. The thing is, we're going to get a frames per second score. I mean, yeah, it's looking like it's a hardware issue of some kind. I'm gonna let it give us a score because I'm curious. But 2134 game ticks and 4305 real ticks. Are the VRAM chips socketed? Well, half of them are, but unfortunately, the half that's socketed is going to be the second megabyte. Hi, Ryan and Rudy. Welcome. Ryan's asking, how many Tridents have we broken? We have broken 2 Tridents and 1 Cirrus Logic. Unfortunately, this is only going to test the first 256K of RAM, which passed. I don't know that Checkit's going to find anything because I'm almost tempted to do I have an installer like Windows 98 somewhere? Well, now there we no, that's wrong. Okay, well, that one's wrong. That one is very wrong. That one is also wrong. Nope, that one. Okay, now we're getting into some modes that are just nope, nope, nope. That's wrong. No, it should not be flashing. No, it should not be looking like the computer's drunk. Nope, nope, stop drinking, computer. Yeah, all the grids are going to be messed up. Something. Okay, we can't even draw CGA color boxes, apparently. I should see 3 color boxes. Does it look correct? No. No, it does not. Nope, that is very much wrong. Nope, that is definitely wrong. Nope. Nope. I am curious what the VGA palette test is going to look like, if I even know which one it is. Yeah, I'm thinking there's some bad video RAM on this card. Oh! The color purity test works, though. Look at that. Yeah, 16 error. I actually told it no for the ones that didn't work. Okay, that's interesting. So, it looks like all the character set tests worked. All of the video graphics tests failed. Yeah, that probably is video RAM. Well, it looks like I'll be trying to repair this card because okay, I'm looking to see if I see anything amiss with the RAM. Oh wait, one of the RAM chips wasn't pushed down. Oh, actually, I just pushed both RAM. So these are the RAM. These are the first megabyte. These are the second megabyte, and both of these chips were actually not pushed down all the way. But I didn't like. Oh, the RAM was a little. The ROM was a little loose too. Um. Well, I guess let's see if that fixed it. Yeah, this is a Cirrus Logic card, unfortunately. Alright, if this doesn't fix it, then I'll, maybe I'll try pulling those. Well, no, I'm gonna set it aside and we'll come back to it. On-off cycles, expand and contract and force it out of the sockets. Yeah. Shipping can also do that. Unfortunately, I didn't test this closer to when I actually bought it because I forgot to. Oh. Well, it's a longer story than that. Well, that's not right. Let me pull the two memory chips out that are expansion memory chips. They're not strictly needed, so let me remove them with these wonderful non-dental grade dental tools. That are actually not. All right, those dental tools are garbage. If I ever find out my dentist orders tools from the same place, I'm finding a new dentist. I have a chip lifter, but it's. I don't know if it'll lift these chips. It's one of these. Oh, it did lift it. Alright, so unfortunately, if that doesn't fix it, then that probably means it's the onboard RAM, and I'll have to fix that in a repair stream. Or the Cirrus Logic chip isn't soldered down. And I'll probably end up destroying it in a repair stream, because I am really bad at those fine pitch parts. Rudy says, I may have those VIC-20 chips you need. Oh, awesome. Oh, Francois, you can't piggyback these chips. The legs aren't long enough. There's no way to piggyback these chips. Hit it with a hammer. Funny. Funny. Okay. Uh, unfortunately, that's where we're going to stop. There is no way I can hold two SOJ chips on top of the two that are, no, actually you can't piggyback SOJ chips. So the RAM problem must be on the first two chips. And well, that's where I'll have to queue up a repair stream for this card. Yes, the big bad biologist would do lots of bodgy wires. I'm going to just draw an X on the board. And I'm going to write my note, bad RAM, question mark. And I'll put it in the repair pile. I paid too much for this card to do anything janky with it. I probably overpaid for the card. So I'm going to try to repair it. I am not going to bodge wire it. Rudy says, if you say hit it with the hammer 3 times, Joe shows up. Hit it with the hammer, hit it with the hammer, hit it with the hammer, and hit it with the hammer. Alright, so the next card we have is not a Trident card. No, it's probably not a Trident card. It is a GTK card. Look at that quality. We will definitely run a benchmark on this for sure. Enlight2K says, how much are people paying for ISA Cirrus Logic cards? The problem is not how much people are paying for those cards in general. It's the problem of which card that was. That was the CLGD 5434, and that's like the fastest one you can get on the ISA bus. That is why I probably overpaid for it. Not because it's just a Cirrus Logic card, no. Generic Cirrus Logic cards don't go for much, but that's like the fastest one. At least the fastest Cirrus Logic, and they do go for a bit much. I don't remember what I paid for it. But I bought it for my 386 DX40, and the real reason I didn't test it right away is because the motherboard stopped working. And then I, for some reason, got sidetracked and didn't test it in something else. Whoa, look at those wonderful jail bars. Enlight2K says, oh, because back in the day I was tossing Cirrus Logics. Wow, 32.3 frames per second? That cannot be right. How is this card? Jesse says, my first computer had an onboard 5434. How in the world is this GTK card going so fast? That is like does this run the GIMP toolkit or what? How is this card going that fast? Is this like some I'm gonna run hardware info on it to see if it reports it as something else. I'm wondering if this is like this is like an actual other chipset that maybe GTK was like a semiconductor fab. I am not taking your I'm not taking your first computer, Jesse. I would not dream of doing such a thing. Yeah, still goes as slow as ever in Doom, yeah. I'm actually wondering if it's like a Cirrus Logic AVGA1 chip, and maybe it's just Cirrus Logic had a fab make it, and it wasn't branded Cirrus Logic. Because Cirrus Logics were not as slow as Trident back then. But yeah, Doom is definitely making it suffer. I think I got this card from. I want to say I got it from Bill Lewis. Or from Retrotech Chris, who probably got it from Bill Lewis. One of the two. Well, Rudy, I think I wanted to go to the Internet Archive last week during my live stream and couldn't, so I think I managed to muddle my way through it anyways. I was able to get to it tonight though for a link that I found, even though it's read only. I was able to pull it up tonight during my live stream and figure out that the website had gone down before it got archived. But hey, they had the URL in the archive. It just was the site wasn't down. It was some page that was obviously a like a 404 on the web server. Yeah, 17.5 frames per second. That's actually quite interesting. Now, the one thing they haven't restored yet is all the files they have archived, which I'm kind of concerned about that. Oh, also, I do know that my email address has shown up on the Have I Been Owned from Internet Archive. So, yeah. It is a VGA color chipset. Unknown video card. Unknown RAM DAC. Phoenix BIOS. No Visa present. No Visa support present. Previous record, well, for the low-end cards, yeah, it was 11. We won't count the Mach 64 because that's not an ISA card. Okay, so yeah, Gutbomb says, luckily the passwords stored there were hashed and salted. And even if they did get my Enlight 2K says this is a Chinese copy chip. Interesting. I don't know what they're copying. Oh, I bet it's a Chinese copy chip of Cirrus Logic card. Well, I mean, it works. It's not going to win any huge performance awards. I have a feeling if I went to go look for Windows drivers for it, I probably won't find any. Alright, who on the stream has felt like it's been too long since we had a Trident card appear? Does VGA and text fine? Yes. Alright, for those of you that thought it's been too long since we had a Trident card, I have a Trident card! TVGA 8900C, and this is the one I bought from Canada. Made in Canada! And the picture quality is nothing to write home about, but we've already benchmarked an 8900, so we will not be running benchmarks again on it. Yeah, Fujikama, yes. Gutpump says, wait, a Trident card? I'm so surprised. Unfortunately, you all might be disappointed by the last card in the box, so I apologize in advance. I really do apologize in advance over it. It'll also be one we run benchmarks on, but... Okay, so this card works. we've already done 8900 series. Already got its benchmarks. So, all right. So it doesn't get the. So for the cards I'm not running benchmarks on, which would at least give it a little exercise, I am giving them a different mark. Just showing that the card posted. Alright, and last but not least for the ISA cards, we have an ATI VGA card. I don't know right offhand which one this is, but it is it might be the VGA Wonder, maybe. So this one I bought from Glitchworks at a System Source Repair Workshop. He let me dig through his scrap board pile, and I picked a couple cards I didn't have out of it, and we came up with a good price for as is untested, and I'll have to look at the chip numbers afterwards. Interesting. You actually see it run its RAM test on Power Up. That's like really weird. I might have said Graphics Ultra. We'll run the. Oh, Jack, I don't know if it showed up on what my capture card saw, but on my multi-sync monitor, I saw the words testing memory while those were appearing. So I think that was its memory test. We'll run hardware info. I do kind of find it's odd that. Alright, so hardware info is showing it as an ATI VGA Wonder XL. I'll get you the chip numbers when we're done here. So, alright, let's run benchmarks. Yeah, 512K. This card might actually do decently. $37.5 in the Virtual Reality Playhouse. Nice score. That's actually... I think that's actually close to the first Cirrus Logic we tried, which I think was like 39.9. And alright, we'll try Doom. Alright, at least this card doesn't suffer from jail bars. That's actually a... Now, those jail bars I've seen don't usually show up on a CRT monitor because the mechanics of a CRT monitor, they don't really show up, or they're way less pronounced. I'll put it that way. They're either they don't show up at all or they're way less pronounced. So it just, I think, has to do with the fact that digital capture devices are more able to see those graphical lines than analog devices. I don't know. Maybe I'll put this card in my 386 DX40 until I get the Cirrus Logic fixed. We'll see what the Doom score is. I kind of think that at this time, ATI wasn't necessarily known for high-end graphics cards. Or at least that's what Wikipedia said. Enlight 2K says, I remember when I was a kid and only had a Hercules graphics card. Oh yeah, I remember I remember reading about those. It's like, hey, a high resolution monochrome. Wow. Just say I did a lot of reading about computers when I was younger before we actually had one. Rudy says I remember using a slide ruler. 2134 game ticks and 4146 real ticks. Actually, I think that might actually be just a scotch faster than the 5134. Inlight 2K started on an XT running Hercules with a 20 megabyte hard drive. Nice. 18 frames a second. So I think this is our winner for ISA graphics cards. Whoop. Anyways, I'll read the numbers off the chips just if anyone wants to confirm what hardware info was telling us. So this is an ATI 28800-6. And this is an ATI 38800-1. 38800-1 and a 28800-6. So, all right. Yes, definitely a big thank you to Glitchworks for letting me dig through the scrapboard pile and pick a couple cards. So, yep, this is... Alright, good night, Rudy. Thanks for dropping in. Alright, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 working ISA cards, and 4 of them are Trident. So if anyone's wondering what the stats are, 9 working, 4 are Trident, and we have 3 ISA cards, 2 of which are Trident, that are in the repair pile. Unfortunately, the ones in the repair pile, the Trident cards were nowhere near as expensive because I think I got them pretty cheap. Cirrus Logic card, on the other hand, that one hurts a little bit. Alright. On to PCI cards. And there are 2 in this box that I will not be testing. Only because I'm not dragging the requisite system out to test. 1 card each. So if I get to the cards and I set them to the side without testing them, I promise you one of them is for a Sun and the other is for a Mac. I will test them at some other point. I'm not dragging those computers out for 1 computer each. Alright, so the first card we have is a Radeon 9200 SE. So yes, we are on to the PCI cards. And I'm just going to use VGA to keep things easy. I am somewhat concerned the edge connector on this one might actually need cleaned. I'm also somewhat concerned it may just not work because of where it came from. I've got postcode. All right, we are code 85. Oh. We're at postcode 85. All right, good night, Francois. All right, let's do a power cycle. This eBay has a Cirrus Logic card for $149. Wow. I want to say that card that I'm kind of bummed about. I may have spent somewhere around $130 for because of which card it is, and they don't show up that often. But don't quote me on that. Okay, so 2 attempts, we got stuck at postcode 85. You know, this card may not be compatible with this board. Card may also be dead, so... You know, I should... Okay, if I don't get a signal on VGA this time, I'll switch to DVI and just double check. Because I do have the DVI cable here. It is possible that VGA might not be working, but DVI is, but that'd be really weird. How about I just plug in the... Let's plug the DVI cable in too, and let's switch inputs. Let's see. Nope. All right. Well, we have our first card. No, PCI bus is not overclocked. In fact, this board is not overclocked. This is not an overclocking board. No, this video card came out of a storage locker. It's quite possible it doesn't work. I mean, it may also not work with a Pentium board. Because quite honestly, I don't see a BIOS chip on it. Although I know it's got to have one. Okay, I know this card has to have a BIOS chip. I don't see it, though. Yeah, okay. So I'm going to mark this with an X. I'll put it in the repair pile. And, it's going to be no post. Okay. Well, that is a disappointing start to the PCI card showings. Alright, the next card is the Sun Workstation card. I'm going to set that one to the side. Oh, there we go. And to sidetrack you all from the card I just set to the side, we already have our first Trident card. It is a TGUI 9680. These are reliable as all get out. If by reliable as all get out, you mean all you all get out, we're going to have to push this unreliable car to the gas station. Right. 2K says, I hate Trident cards. Ha 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 ha. Jet Bomb says, this card is going to blow away the competition. Yes. This card is going to get... stuck at a postcode 85. Okay, where, okay, hold please. Hold please. Suspicious Justin here. Let's check something. Alright, so after 2 PCI cards that don't post. Alright, sanity check time. There's the Mach 64 that we know works. We're going to plug it into the same PCI slot. And let's double check. Jack says, oh yeah, totally for sure. Okay, let's double check that the board will actually post with a card in the slot. Okay, yes. Okay. Alright. Had the sanity check. Alright. Try the Trident card again. Now, I was pretty sure I was using the same PCI slot. No, it's probably a dead Trident card, or... Okay, let's go get marked M for marginal. It probably needs contacts cleaned. That's why I bought a bottle of the good deoxit to really clean the contacts. Alright, TGUI 9680. Alright, let's go for PCI card benchmarks. I do at least see how I think on the PCI cards, Trident had fixed whatever issue was causing jail bars. 77.5. Wow. That's actually quite speedy. Alright, let's see how it runs Doom. Yes, it's probably obvious now we have the PCI bus, so now I think it's quite possible that the CPU might be the bottleneck more than the graphics cards at this point. But a Pentium 90 is... yeah, it'll play better. Yeah, it can push so much more data on the PCI bus. Yes, I could have probably gone to find a different CPU, but the board has a Pentium 90 in it for a reason, so I left it be. $21.34 game ticks and $15.67 real ticks. All right. Well, okay, so this card is marginal, and the reason is contacts. So let me... oh, I'll put it in the repair pile. Because, unfortunately, if I don't do that, then... because actually, I'll maybe do a repair stream at some point. And even the ones that I think just have dirty contacts, we'll see if that's the case. Alright, we have another Trident, TGUI 9680. I cannot make things like that up, that I have 2 in a row. Alright, we will not run benchmarks on this one. But I do want to make sure it posts. This is definitely a cheaper card. Although it looks like this card might be able to support EDO RAM, but I do not believe it's got EDO on board. It also would appear as if the system has, like... We're stuck at postcode 2A. Okay, something tells me this card's not working, because we're stuck at postcode 2A. Keyboard tested. Okay. Alright, let's try it. Let me make sure the ROM is seated. Try it again. Yep, okay. Alright, we will give it a reseat attempt. Maybe it is... Alright. Last attempt. We're at 2A again. Previous code was 29, and the previous code just went to FF. Wah, 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 wah. Yep, okay, so this card is a no post. This is also like a really, really cheap version of the card, so... It gets an X. No post. Oh, wait a minute. You know, sometimes it would help if I would read the bags on these things. Looks like I'd already tested it, and I just confirmed the results. That was a no posting card. All right. Okay, the next card is an NVIDIA GeForce, and I am unable to test, so I'm gonna have to put it in the, I'm going to have to put it in the repair pile, but I'm going to write on its bag, unable to test, because there's not enough room on the card to write that. I do not have the dongle that goes to that card. Alright. It may work, I just can't test it. Alright, the next card, we have a number 9. I know this works, but we'll double check that it works still. A number 9 GXE64 Pro, your ticket to ride. These were like the card that everyone wanted, or at least everyone saw the ads for. I don't know that everyone wanted them, but I mean, their ads were prolific. Number 9 graphics. And this one, I have upgraded to the maximum amount of RAM. I mean, look at that. This is just insane RAM. Ooh. I know, it's a wild design. They were, I mean, their advertisements were everywhere. I think I've actually had this card for a while. I think I may have bought this card before I started streaming, in fact. Yeah, I know, it's an S3 Vision 964, so... But it's got, like, 8 megabytes of RAM on the card. I mean, this thing could probably do 1024 by... Or, probably could do 1920 by 1080 or some close resolution. Maybe it'd be 1600 by 1200. Probably at, like, millions of colors. I mean, it's got 8 8 megabytes of RAM. Yeah, the ads were awesome. $91.7 for that, and Doom. I think this card does pretty decently in Doom. I haven't decided what kind of system I'd like to leave this card in, because it is like, I mean, it's like a card that you saw their ads. So maybe this is kind of my representative card of like a card that you just saw prolific advertisements for. I mean, yeah, it's an S3 card, but and the thing is, it has 8 megabytes of RAM. It's a 2D card, but 2134 game ticks and 1472 real ticks. I have a feeling there we were probably running up on probably the limits of the processor at that point. Alright, I'm pretty sure it's got 8 megs of RAM. Oh, it's only reporting as 4. I'm pretty sure it has 8 megs. This program may not be able to see the other 4. I'm pretty sure it's got 8, because other than again, I don't know that I've run it that high. Possible there's a problem with the RAM I added to it. But anyways, there we go. It's my S3 Vision 964. I will so there we go. At least a PCI. At least I got 2 PCI cards that work. All right, so that one. The only reason I'm not going to mark a check mark on it is because it's got artwork on the other side that's pretty cool, and plus it's like my only number 9 card. So Jack did the calculations. 50.74 frames per second. That's pretty impressive. What's not so impressive is I have another Trident card. It's another Trident 9680 card. Although, granted, for those of you keeping score, I don't, let's see. Oh, I guess I did have the one that was marginal. Jack says, another day, another Trident. Well, I actually have a Trident card that actually powers up first time. Oh, there we go. This one must be the one that has clean contacts. Well, we've already run the benchmarks, so... Alright. It posts. The fact that it posted on the first time tells me it probably has clean contacts. Alright, so I'll draw a P on it. That'll remind me that the card posted. For the cards that I only tested to post, I mean, obviously, I may test them a little bit more off stream at some point. All right, and now we have another card that is kind of interesting. I believe this is a card that was made by a company that wasn't in the graphics card business very long. But here is my IGS video card. It's the IGA 1680A chipset. Has 1 megabyte on board. Looks like it can support up to 4. I know I've tested this card before, so it should just work. I think I got this one from Bill Lewis. I think someone looked it up for me, and it's like... It was like a startup graphics company, and this was like one of their first cards. Might have also been one of their last cards, too. I don't know how many they actually made. Okay, I say nice things about the card, and there we are, stuck at a postcode 85. Alright, it's probably got dirty contacts. Alright. Alright, let me just remove and plug the card in, and I'll make sure the BIOS is seated. Alright. Okay, I think I do remember having some dirty contact trouble, so I'll probably have to clean the contacts really good on the card. Hmm. Well, or it's not posting now. Oh, well. Okay. Well, maybe the last time I used the card was... Alright, well, I'll mark it as a no post, and it could still be dirty contacts. Alright, I guess more troubleshooting is required. And I was saying nice things about it. You know, I think I'm going to sound like a broken record by the end of the stream, because guess what? It shouldn't come as a surprise, though. How about we're just going to jam it in, power it up, and I'll let you figure out what it is. Or watch, it won't post, and I'll have to admit that it's a Trident card. Whoops! Huh. Okay, this card's card edge actually kind of looks kind of grungy, so I'm going to reinsert it. This one's a TGUI 9440, which is also, I think it's a Visa Local Bus PCI chip from Trident. I think depending on, there's, I think, a configuration pin on it. Depending on how you have the pin set, determines its mode. And we're at 2A. Yeah, okay, this card is... Okay. It's a no post. Unfortunately... Becoming a common trend with the Tridents. Oh, and I wouldn't want to disappoint. And then I realized I looked at the chip wrong through the bag. Alright, we have a Sing Labs ET4000 PCI graphics card. For a slight change of pace, before inevitably I find the next Trident card in the box. Oh, no, lucky for us, we have an S3, an ATI, and a Cirrus Logic coming up, it looks like. Bummer. Oh, now we got a EE postcode. What's that all about? EE? Okay, is this some EE? Okay, that is weird. Alright. BIOS chip seated. I don't remember where I got this card. Alright, let's try it again. Is this Singlabs card maybe some like 486 PCI card? I don't know why it wouldn't run on a Pentium, but okay. I'm gonna watch the postcode. So we got 2A, 31, 38, 49, 51, 85. All right. I guess maybe my only Singlabs video card, and it's a no post. Hopefully, it's just contacts. I could be convinced, after going through the PCI cards, I could be convinced to try cleaning some contacts on some of these no post cards instead of going on to another box of cards. Just saying. All right, so we have the S3 Trio 64V Plus. This is another card from STB Systems. This one was pulled out of a Dell. And, all right, it posts. PowerGraph 64, yes. $95.5 frames per second. Wow. I mean, I know S3 was making some really good 2D chipsets. Just kind of think the 3D transition didn't quite. They kind of weren't able to keep up with 3D, but I believe some of the S3 video cards were popular to pair with a Voodoo, if I'm not mistaken, because S3 had some really good 2D performance. And I think this card might be demonstrating that. 2134 game ticks and 1471 real ticks. That's probably going to be close to that other score. 1471. Oh yeah, it's about 50.7 frames per second. Yeah, that's tied with that last card. We're probably hitting the limits of the processor I've got in this board. Oh yeah, 2 megabytes of EDO DRAM. Okay, cool. Yep, STB. I saw it said how much RAM was on it during the banner, but I didn't read it in time. All right. So at least I got a Trio 64V Plus. Actually seems to be a quite snappy card. Oh, I just need to draw a check mark on it. Oh, wow. So my pile of working PCI cards is kind of dismal looking. Let's see if we can maybe improve it a little bit. All right, we have an ATI Rage 2. Looks like this one's the PCI Mach 64 GT. I believe this was pulled out of no, maybe not. I thought, okay, maybe it was a gateway, maybe it was something else. All right. So I believe this isn't. Yeah, this is a 3D card. I have a feeling though its 2D performance is going to be very close to the Mach 64. I think ATI's early 3D cards, I think the 2D engine was pretty much a Mach 64. So it would not surprise me if this card scores quite identically to the Mach 64. 85.3. I think the Mach 64 was 79.9, so yeah, it's not too far off. It's clocked a little higher, so it doesn't surprise me that it performed a little higher, but yeah, it's basically I think the 2D engine's basically a Mach 64, maybe clocked a little higher. I mean, overall, it's going to have a solid 2D engine, so this is the lower VRAM count board, so nothing to write home there. But looks like the card works, and 2134 game ticks in 1453 real ticks, so somewhere close to 51 frames a second. Cool. All right. Yeah, 51.4. Thank you, Jack. All right, so it looks like maybe my PCI card fortunes are turning. So that card gets a check mark. Looks like it's working. As we get to some of these newer PCI cards, they're mainly more... I have them as reference cards for some video ideas I have. I don't have them like a specific system in mind to put them in. Alright, so we have a Cirrus Logic CLGD5440 PCI card. And let's see here. Ah, there we go. We get a post. Very good. All right. I do not believe we've benchmarked one of these, so... All right, we will let it benchmark. Mild jail bars on it. $72.3. Okay. not bad. All right, let's see how it does with Doom. Okay, the graphics quality is... I don't know. The graphics quality is a bit weird on this card. It almost looks like it's... Output looks pixelated. Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot to change the capture input. I don't know how well it's coming across on YouTube, but the output looks pixelated or something. $21.34 game ticks and $18.89 real ticks. I'll run this one again because I forgot to turn on capture. Maybe it's just the pattern of the jail bars on this card. I don't know. Output looks fine. Okay, I think the card works. It's just maybe not the greatest in terms of video quality. But the card works, so we'll take that as a win. Alright, and now we have... Oh, we have an ATI Rage Pro PCI. Oh. Yeah, it looks like it's got the full complement of memory on it. Alright. Let's give it a try. Oh, I didn't even see the banner, but I thought there was one there. $95. Wow. Not bad. And... oh yeah, this one's probably going to be close to like 50 frames a second. Not bad for a... I guess a Rage Pro PCI card. Probably has 2 megabytes, 2. I think it's got 4 megabytes on it. 1448 real ticks, so that's going to put it at about 51.6 frames per second. Awesome. Let me run hardware info on it, see if it tells me, although I'm not convinced it necessarily sees all the video. Oh, 8 megabytes of SG-RAM. And this is the ATI Expert 98 or the Expert at Work PCI. Okay. This one may actually have been pulled out of a gateway, so yeah, I guess that model number makes sense. Okay. another working card. In fact, actually, I'm trying to think. I have a gateway system that's got some sort of an ATI card in it. Oh, I can't make this up. Another ATI card. I'm pretty sure we have another Trident card in here somewhere. So now we have a Rage XL card. And I'm not even about to guess how much memory that is with like one measly little chip. Your guess is as good as mine, or, well, we're about to see. Yeah, it's probably a 4 megabyte card. You're probably right. And it posts. All right, I am noticing a trend with these ATI cards. All right, well, let's go ahead and look it up. Looks like Hardware Info is able to see the RAM on these ATI cards. 8 megabytes. Well, I will give ATI this. Yeah, Inlight 2K says ATI the best video card maker, especially before being purchased by AMD. Yeah, they had really solid cards. I will put it that way. $95. All right, so this card may perform just about like that last ATI card. Which I guess it wouldn't surprise me that this may effectively be the same level of performance, just a newer chip. Because actually, the Rage chipset probably did better on AGP. Inlight 2K says I was selling cards in 95. Guess starting in like 96 or 97, I started working at the computer shop while in high school. So, yeah, we sold some ATI cards. Sold a lot of Trident and S3 cards. 1453 Realtix. Okay, so this one's 51.4 frames a second. Yep, probably this is another... I would say this is probably another business-oriented card. Something to give computer graphics. But yes, it's a 3D chipset, but it's intended to give a computer graphics. I mean, it probably would do some 3D, but... Oh, you know, I'm kind of afraid that if I keep... alright, well... I was about to say, let me see if I've got any more Trident cards in the box to at least mix it up. Unfortunately, I'm down to 3 more PCI cards, and none of them are Trident. And unfortunately, we've had a large failure rate on the Trident PCI cards, but this one is a Cirrus Logic card. A CLGD 5446. Shop you worked at sold STB, then ATI. Okay. The computer shop I worked at, really specialized in, like, cheap computers or low-cost computers. A lot of our clients were the type that they didn't have demanding uses, but they needed, like, especially our business customers, they usually needed a lot of computers. that were running some low-end software, or even in some cases the software was running on a server. So they didn't need a big powerful computer, or they need like one server level or higher end computer, and then just a lot of clients. So for a lot of those, they got a low end. A lot of the client computers just got a low end graphics card. They weren't doing anything that needed a high end card or even a high end processor, because it was all running on the server. Or they were like running something that was a Novell NetWare based thing, and yeah, it didn't need a lot of power. I mean, we had some customers that wanted a fast computer, so we did some high end stuff too. But we did a lot of low end. So a lot of the high end stuff we'd like custom order. A lot of those customers kind of knew what they wanted. They just didn't want to build it themselves. Yep, Novell NetWare, them are the days. Yep. All right, so we got 94.8 frames a second, and something tells me this card is probably going to rank somewhere along with the probably the 50 or the 9440 that we just ran, maybe a little faster. So, this is the oh no, this is a Cirrus Logic 5446. This is probably going to be somewhere close to the last Cirrus Logic we ran, but maybe a little faster because it's a slightly newer chip. Yeah, no, I know we had some customers that wanted point of sale systems for restaurants. 1453 Realtix. Okay, so we're about the 51.4-ish. Cool. Yeah, we sold a lot of Socket 7 that I remember. Like a lot of Socket 7 and then Super 7. So a lot of AMD and Cyrix. And then I think when it got to, we didn't sell many slot 1. Yeah, we sold a lot of Super 7. We didn't sell much slot 1. We had some customers that did want slot 1. A lot of those would have been, the slot 1 was their server computer, and then the clients got a Super 7 computer of some sort. And then I think when Socket A came out, at that point we switched to Socket A. Jesse says, I just found out today, NetWare 6.5 has built-in remote access through a web interface. Do they still sell NetWare? Please tell me NetWare is no longer an active product. That would be really scary. Web interface, though. Okay, they don't. Ooh, that's a relief. Okay, so this is an ATI card. It's an ATI Rage 2 Plus DVD. Okay, I'm not going to benchmark this one. It's way too close to the other ATIs. I'm just going to make sure it posts. It's posting. These ATI cards are like, yeah, the AMD. Yeah, I love those AMD Super 7s. Those are cool systems. I've got I do have a Super 7 motherboard, and it has an AMD K63 in it. That, I don't want to give too much more away about it, but it may be making an appearance Thursday. Hint, hint. Okay, so that one posted. Hey, Jeremy, welcome. Jesse says, I use a NetWare server for imaging compact flash cards that saves so much time. Okay, that makes sense. Alright, and finally, for the last PCI card in the box to test. Unfortunately, is another ATI Rage 2 card. Which probably means it's going to just work. And yada, yada, yada. Probably means I might have an ATI card or two for the free pile at a VCF event, because I think I got like multiples of some of these ATI cards. So I may share the wealth if with some ATI cards. And given the rate I'm finding them, I may have some more. So, okay, so this card also posts. Yay! I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that of the PCI cards, I think that all the ATI cards worked. Jeremy said it had wavy text. Did it have wavy text? Alright, let's take a look at it again. Jeremy said wavy text. Oh! Oh, yeah, on my capture card, it does have wavy text. I think it's the capture device because I'm looking at my multi-sync monitor and... No, actually, I think the text... I think it's stabilized. It looks like it's stabilized on the capture device. Okay, okay, tell you what I'm going to do. So, I'm not going to put it in the repair pile because it looks like it might be working and it could be my capture device. I did mark that it posted, but I am going to put Jeremy says, or weak caps. Yeah, I will put a note on it. Wavy text? Question mark. Alright, so I did note it on the card. It does have some surface mount caps that don't look like they're leaking, but that's not to say that it might have not had some might have had some hard long use, so it did come out of a gateway. Okay, I marked it. It says wavy text on it, so so of the PCI cards I had to test, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We had 10 total PCI cards that worked. 5 of which were ATI cards. Only 1 of the 10 PCI cards that worked was a Trident card. Because we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cards in the repair pile that are PCI. And of those cards, 1, 2, 3 of them are Trident cards. Ah. Okay, so I think what we're going to do here is we're going to take a little side quest, mainly because it's like almost 11 o'clock, and I'm curious here. Alright, so let me... Alright, so I'm going to open up my brand new thing of Deoxit, which I paid for very much with my own money. They definitely did not sponsor me. I'm not sure Deoxit sponsors anyone. Which maybe is just as well. Sometimes I think when companies sponsor an excessive number of YouTubers. Well, in some cases, I mean, okay, it's their advertising budget, but sometimes when like you got one company that like advertises on YouTube all the time and other companies in the same market that like don't sponsor anyone, and like, why are you advertising so much? It's like that BW100 seems like they have an awful lot of YouTubers they sponsor, and yet Kague Laboratories, I don't think they sponsor anyone. And yet there's YouTubers that use it all the time because it works. So, we'll whoop. All right, it does help to make sure the lure lock is firmly attached to the bottle. I think this stuff is highly concentrated, so I think I just need to only put like a few drops. All right, we'll put a few drops on it. Because as much as I paid for this, I want to get as much use as possible. And then I'm going to... Oh, yeah. You know, I see the contacts. Oh, you know, it's probably not coming across on camera, but I think I actually notice a difference in the contacts already. I'm hoping it's just not the placebo effect from a bottle of this stuff is like insanely expensive. All right, let me put another couple drops on the back. If this stuff really does work as good as Adrian says it does, although I don't know that Adrian uses the concentrated stuff as Tronics Fix and Restorish. I think they use the concentrated stuff. Then maybe I'll get some of the concentrated gold formula for cleaning edge contacts. Alright, that is probably going to be hard to see, but my Q-tip is definitely dirty pink. So now am I supposed to, like, apply sparingly to metal surface, remove excess, leaving a thin layer. Repeat until surface is clean. Apply deoxit gold, deoxit shield, or deoxit grease to clean surface to extend protection. Ah, so actually for gold contacts, you're supposed to start with this. Okay. So I've left a thin layer on the board. I know it's probably not coming across on camera. Well, I'm going to make sure I got it dry enough. Okay, that looks pretty clean. If that didn't fix it... Alright, we're going to insert... And, alright. Trident TGUI 9680 card. It did, I'll have to look at what the note said. I don't remember if this one was marginal or if it just didn't post. Here we go. No, we are stuck at postcode 85. No, it wasn't. Okay, this one maybe wasn't the contacts. Oh, this was a no. This one was no post. And it looks like it's still a no post. I'm wondering if... Okay, we'll set this one to the side. I'm wondering if it needs a new BIOS. Or it may just be dead. I mean, it could be dead. It's an absolutely cheap card. It was worth contact cleaning. Yeah. Still no post. Even though I didn't go to screen share, but there wasn't anything to see. I mean, the only other thing I could even try on this card would be to write a new BIOS for it. Alright, I know I go through absurd lengths for absolutely boring graphics cards. Let me see if I can get the ROM off this board. And if I can get the ROM off the board because it's being stubborn, then I'll try to read it. I'll make sure it looks like the ROM is readable. Because if there was no ROM, if the ROM was dead, then it's not going to initialize the card. I'm trying to find my dip chip lifter, which there it is. All right. Okay, so the ROM contacts look fine. It is a dual wipe socket. Looks like it's marked as a 27256. It's probably a mask ROM. But I should still be able to read it. I'll just pick a generic one, uncheck, check ID, and we'll read it. Oh, got a pin 1 error. Really? Alright, let's try reading it again. Bad pin. Alright, I'm going to ignore and try to read it. Oh, that looks like hot garbage. Oh, that ROM is something special. All right. Okay. I know it's going to be small, but I think that ROM is actually bad. Let me see if I can find a. Let me see if I can find a ROM image for it. Oh, wouldn't that be funny if the no postcards are because there's the ROM is bad. I mean, I'm pretty sure I can find it because I I can see the version number that's on it. So it's version 5.5. All right, there we go. BIOS. Oh, all right. Let me extract this. All right. So here's what it probably should look like. Let me browse here. Let's see here. Yeah, there's what it should have looked like. Yeah, that. So if anyone was wondering when this would become a repair live stream, apparently it became a repair live stream like just now. Let me go find my ROM chips. I moved them this past weekend because I didn't like how they were sitting on top of my oscilloscope. assume that you're like, Justin, wouldn't you like them sitting on top of your oscilloscope? Well, the reason is because I don't have the cover on my oscilloscope. And they kept falling into it. So I decided I'd probably move them off the oscilloscope. Because maybe if I could find a way to mount the Gotek properly in it, then I would put the... I'll put the lid back on it, but I gotta 3D print something to help me mount the Gotek. Because Tektronix used a wider floppy drive than standard, so I gotta make an adapter so I can mount the Gotek in it. Alright, there we go. I have a ROM chip. Let me do a blank check. Actually, I am going to actually do a check ID here. I am going to do a blank check. Okay, I will turn off check ID again because apparently that AMD chip has a different ID. Alright, so let's program. Programming flash. Wait, am I actually using the right size chip for this? $64K. Wait a minute, is this... I think I used the wrong size. I think this BIOS is too big for this board. Because the board's marked 27C256. But the ROM is 64K. Let me guess. Did I load the wrong image? Yes, I loaded the wrong image. Okay. Well, I get the fun and joy of erasing that chip and programming a new one, because I was burning the ROM image that was called bios.bin, and apparently I should have burned the one called union.vbi, because apparently that's the version that fits on the chips I have. Alright, whatever. Alright. Hold, please, while I attempt to correct my mistake. Jeremy, I now know a 27C512 is 64KB. I am going by what the board is marked in terms of the ROM, the ROM chip size that is marked under the socket on the board, not by the size of the ROM image. The zip file I just downloaded had a 32K and a 64K file, and I, without looking to see what the size of the two were, picked the bin file because it was a bin file, and I should have probably picked the .vbi file because it was 32K. The board is quite clearly marked 27256, so I think it wants a 32K ROM. I think what was in there was a I think what was in there was a 32K ROM. A very potentially dead 32K ROM. So anyways, I'm going to humor it and give it the I'm going to give it what it says under the socket. because I don't know if this board can use anything bigger. Alright, so I have programmed a new ROM chip. This may or may not work. If this fixes the board, then I'll put a piece of tape over the window. The chip will not get corrupted in the 30 seconds it's going to take to test it. Oh, hi, Dave. Hi, Callan. That's fine. Yeah, I have an IGS video card that's in the repair pile. It didn't post. Well, I'll try cleaning the contacts. In fact, actually, it might be next on the pile. Okay, we are stuck at postcode 85 again. Oh, they're still in business. They actually make slot machine stuff. Okay. Alright. Alright. We'll see you later, Callan. Alright, so this card is... I'm taking my ROM chip off of it for erasure. Okay, so I think this Trident card is dead. Probably... I may take its RAM chips off of it and put them on another board in the... Because I've got a couple that I think have bad RAM. It's quite possible this board might have good RAM. But anyways, this is like a really cheaply made card. It's not working. So it is actually going into... Trident card DOA. Yeah. There we go. It just went into the scrap pile. The scrap pile does not mean it's going to get scrapped. I will save it for parts. I don't want to pull the... I'm not going to pull the bracket off of it now because it'll be easier to match the bracket up with a card that might need a bracket if I have the card still attached to it. So... Alright, so let's try cleaning the contacts of this card. This is the IGS IGA 1680A card. Has 1 megabyte of RAM on it. It didn't post. And I seemingly remember having trouble with it last time. And I think Contact Cleaner fixed it last time. So I'm hoping that maybe it's just slightly grungy contacts. I know I got like too much on my bench to really show this. Oh, hey, Mac84. I'm fixing silly PC stuff by using Contact Cleaner. And so far I've been not that successful. Yeah, I thought IGT was the casino company. Yeah, but that's not to say that ICS isn't one as well. Because I know there was another casino gaming company around this area that I think they moved to Nashville. VGT. I'm sure Jesse might have heard of them. They used to have an office in this area. I don't know if they do now. I want to say they might have been bought and moved their offices to Nashville or something. But yeah, I've worked with people that used to work at video game technologies. Fun fact, if you work for one of those companies that make the casino machines, you are prohibited from gambling on said machines, on the slot machines. Oh, hey, Retro or Die. I think you might have snuck in here. Yes. Inspire Dreams of eBay Regret. Well, this card came from Bill Lewis, so I can't call this one an eBay Regret. And Contact Cleaner didn't fix it. Well, no soldering tonight yet. And this card is like, wow. Not posting. Jesse says if you're an MSP for a casino, you can't gamble at any casino either. Yeah. Yeah, this card's dead. Weird. I sure thought I had this card working. I have to go back and look at what I got it working on. I'm pretty sure I had this card working. Let's try it. I'm going to give it another chance. And if it doesn't work after that another chance, I'm going to set it on top of the board that I think I actually had it working in. And Jesse says, I could gamble at the competition if I wanted to. I think if I ever worked at a casino, it would probably reinforce my I don't want to gamble at casinos policy. Okay, so this IGS card is now working. It apparently has some really dirty contacts. Maybe I should take some more contact cleaner to it. There we go, 74.9. And Jesse says, I only did 3 times in 10 years. Yeah. Yeah. Because I already know that at casinos that the odds favor the house. So I'm pretty sure if I worked at one, I'd realize how very much true that is. Plus, I'd probably find it just a quite depressing place. Try not to ultrasonic kill this card. I am not going to put this card in the ultrasonic cleaner if I can keep from it. My ultrasonic cleaner has not killed anything since I changed the fluid. 1802 real ticks. I don't know. I don't know what is up with this card. It actually works. Maybe it needs recapped because it does have some electrolytic capacitors on it of potentially dubious quality. It looks like reinserting it a couple times did fix it. So maybe I should look into getting some deoxit gold. All right. Anyways, I don't think this card earns the X no post, but I think I am going to change it to. I'm going to mark it as marginal and a question mark for the contacts. Because I just demonstrated that it will post, but it took me a couple tries to get it to work, so... More contact cleaning may be needed. Jesse says, let's just say I went to government to get away from constant politics. Oof. Wow. Okay. I would have not seen that. He says, not all casinos are the same on the politics. Ah. Okay. Wow. Government has less politics than casinos. I would have not seen that one. Maybe I should have expected that. All right, so marginal contacts. Question mark. Maybe I just need to get like a magic sponge or something, and maybe something that's slightly aggressive towards the contacts. Ah, Jesse says at least the IT department does. Okay, I can see that. The IT department is there to serve the computing needs of the government, not to actually do the government stuff. Yeah, I can see how the IT department would be less political. Actually, I think I could see how an IT department at a government could be less political than a casino. Yeah. And that is as political as I'm going to get tonight. All right. Let's try contact cleaning this Trident video card that probably is not the contact, but we'll contact clean anyways because... Oh, wow. My Q-tip is dirty pink. Maybe the contacts were actually dirty. But maybe for these ones that are contacts, maybe I need to get a little piece of magic sponge and try the contact cleaner with a magic eraser. Because maybe these contacts are just dirty enough that I need something with a little bit more aggressive cleaning power. Because this one's actually marked as marginal. I think this one worked after a couple insertion attempts. So I'm not going to change my note on this one. I will let it continue to say that it's marginal. But let's see if maybe it... If I contact clean it, maybe it might work. Just work when I insert it, maybe? That's the weird thing. I sure thought the gold was supposed to be a non-reactive plating material, and yet some of these cards apparently have dirty gold edge contacts, even though they don't really look dirty. Alright, let's see if this one just fires up. Okay, so maybe with that contact cleaner it'll be more reliable. I would be curious to know that if I came back to some of these cards in a week that I contact cleaned, if maybe they would just fire up the first try after sitting for a week. Alright, so I will put that one in the... So the ones that I get to work with contact cleaner, I will leave them marked as marginal. But I'll put them in the box. Alright, so here we go. Here's a no-post Trident card. So let's see if maybe a little contact cleaner will fix it. Because actually, its contacts do kind of look dull. Oh, those look... Okay, those definitely look much shinier now that I've put deoxit on them. Yeah, and it could be the placebo effect. Could be... Oh, but my Q-tip looks gray, so... pinkish gray. I think it may have actually cleaned something off the card. Alright. Alright. If I get through all the card... Well, actually, I don't think I might have time. There is one Visa Local Bus card I was kind of hoping I'd get to. But I don't know that I'm going to get to it. But if I get through these PCI cards... I'll pull the VIP motherboard over to try the one Visa Local Bus card that I know has some dirty contacts. It's the one that Ron sent me. I haven't tested it yet, but I know it's got dirty contacts because I can see the corrosion on it. Alright. This one was a no post. And it appears to still be a no post. Alright, well. Alright, we'll give it one last try. And it's, yeah, Jeremy says, and still dead. This card kind of looks a bit rough. I wouldn't... It works. Apparently the contacts are still dirty. Hey, Apples Anonymous, welcome. Alright, so, apparently, this Trident card will post, but I'm going to probably have to take some more deoxit D5 in the socket. Well, the socket's fine. It's not the socket. The socket fires. I've put other cards in the socket. They fire up first time. The socket is not the problem. It's the edge contacts on the card. Also, I don't have any deoxit D5. Alright, so... Alright, so that card is going to get upgraded to a marginal status. Because I think its contacts still need a little bit of attention. Although, could be... Oh, wait a minute. You know, one of the cards that went in my repair pile actually was one that I couldn't test. Okay, let's try this one. This one would not post, and I can actually kind of see contacts looks dirty. So I will have to get some deoxit D5. I instead just bought some deoxit D100, which I don't think is really intended to put in a socket. No, I've got the D100, which is intended to be wiped on and then wiped off. It's not in. I don't think it's really intended to be put in the socket. It's also late, so I could be babbling. This card is also at the top of my. This card could definitely be dead, pal, because this one was in a storage locker, and I don't know that was in an. I don't think it was in an anti-static bag. I'll have to get some deoxit D5. I'm running out of the cheap stuff I normally use, and thought I would see if the deoxit was. I've had some problems with the cheap contact cleaner. I thought I would give deoxit a try and see if it doesn't have some of those problems. All right. Yes, but deoxit D100 is Tronics Fix's cure for everything. Unless this video is sponsored by BW100, then BW100 is the cure. Yeah, I have this stuff and I've lost the straw to it, so it's kind of even more annoying to use. All right, so we're stuck at postcode 85 on this card. All right, let me try. If this card doesn't post, it very much is probably going to make my its dead gem list. Quite honestly, I'm kind of perplexed. I don't see the ROM on this board, which is like problem number one. Which has me wondering if it's for like a. Yeah, this card is. Okay, so this ATI card is like not posting. I mean, okay, I will, just in the off chance. But now I gotta let the board dry, so. Yeah, I've got Deoxit F5, but that's for faders. That stuff's really messy to put in anything that's not a fader. Yeah, I've got Deoxit F5. Like, I got tons of that. I don't have any D5. I gotta order some. Okay, let's just see. Did 2A 3-1 3-8 4-9 5-1 8-5 Weird. Okay. I am going to let me look something up. There is a chance on this ATI card. So this is an ATI 9200 SE. Launched by ATI on March 1st, 2003. So let's see. It would have been a card for 98. Oh, Windows 98 would have run on a Pentium. Okay, I'm just looking to see if there's anything I can see about this card that might indicate that it needs to actually go in like a Pentium 2 or something. No, not seeing anything. All right, Apple's Anonymous says we sell the F5 and the D5 in the electronics store I work in. Yeah, I've got F5 because it's for faders, but I'm out of. I'm out of. I had some D5, but I'm out of it. It's like I'm not convinced the GPU on this card is dead. Although it is a BGA, so maybe it. Oh, is that why I can't find the ROM? Is the ROM actually under the heatsink? Oh, that would be creative. Okay, so there actually probably is a ROM on the card. It's probably under the heatsink. All right. All right. I'm thinking that 9200 card is dead. Well, we have a Cirrus Logic no post card, so you can put your guess. Oh no, this is the Sing Labs no post card. So you can put your guess in the comments as to whether contact cleaning will fix this or not. I guess I could also make sure it's not the ROM because. I'm not really sure that this is as dirty as some of the other contacts, but okay. Okay, the contacts on this side of the card though do look rather dull, so maybe the contacts are. Oh wait a minute! I just realized I've got a note on this card that I wrote earlier. Let me. I can't read it sideways, so let me finish contact cleaning so that I don't get contact cleaner everywhere, and then let me see if I can read. Oh, I've got a note on it. It says Pentium only. Okay, that's what my note says. This card does not work in a 486 system. So I actually had this card working at one point. That's the implications of my note. I had it working at one point. I think I now remember I had trouble getting it to work. So let's see if Contacts Cleaner did anything to make it work. Two A 31 38 49 51 85. Blah. All right, I think we're stuck at 85. All right. Let's try a couple more. It's also possible this card was just on its way out. All right, let's try that one more time. I'll check its ROM just to make sure it's not corrupted or something. Quite honestly, its ROM doesn't look like it's seated. I don't know if the table cam's going to show it that well. The ROM looks. Yeah, the ROM looks cattywampus. All right, let me check it. I tried to push it in. It's not pushing in, but it looks like it's in the socket at an angle. Almost like maybe it's not in the socket right. Let me check the socket. All right. There's the socket. It is a dual wipe socket. The pins look fine. It's a 27C256. All right. Let me try to read it in. Let me see if at least it looks sane. Let's see here. Your current buffer. Read. Oh, that looks like that read out totally fine. Okay. Or at least the copyright statement's intact, and I mean, there's data here. Version 8. Sing Labs. All right, let me. All right, let me see if this website that's got VGA cards on it. Let me see if by chance. It's ET4000 W32. I think that's what it is. ET4000, yeah, W32P. ET 4000 W32P. Found on the following Hercules Dynamite Pro STB Lightspeed 5050. I don't know who made this card. And the Diamond Stealth 32. All right. All right. Found one. PCI R2. Oh, this is an early BIOS. Oh, there seems to be a lot more in it, though. All right. Hold, please, while I see if I can't find a looking to see if I can find a BIOS that's closer to the correct one. All right. Expansion cards. I'm on the RetroWeb. Chips. Add a chip. Sing. Labs. ET4000 W32P. All right. Search. All right. And I found 6 cards. 1, 2, 3, 4 of which are PCI. None of which look like this card. However, 8248C-V1. This is going to be a JTON card, I bet. Because I think I just found on the RetroWeb a later version of the JTON card. It has the same chip on it. They do not have the BIOS for that card, so let me see if oh, I might need to find a card with the same RAM DAC. So even if I find another BIOS that doesn't have the same RAM DAC, the BIOS probably won't work. That JTON card, though, does have the benefit of having the same RAM DAC. All right. Okay, I'm thinking that... Oh, there is something I can do. I just realized. Because I've got a question as to whether the BIOS is actually good on the card. I can save what I read out of the chip. I can go here to Discord. I can go to the RetroWeb Discord. I can go to ROM check. And I can actually ask the bot to do a check on it. And it looks like it might actually be fine. All right, let me see. What's the other command I do? Asterisk B. And it's oh, PCI analyzes PCI option ROMs and binary files and outputs results as text. Oh, there we go. That's probably the one I want. Let's see if it validates as a PCI option ROM. It should. All right. So the RetroWeb says the ROM on this chip has a good plug-and-play signature. Signature valid. SingLabs ET4000 W32P Rev C. Copyright SingLabs. Okay, so I bet the ROM chip is fine. All right. Okay. Let me try reinserting it, and maybe this is where I spray some contact cleaner in the socket and push the chip in. Oh, now the chip looks level. Did I maybe insert it wrong last time? Maybe it did. I bet I removed the chip. You know, there's also a jumper on the card. I could try changing the jumper setting. Well, if I get the card to work so that I know that the BIOS I read off of it actually is correct, I'll submit the card to the RetroWeb because I don't have the card. No, it is still. Alright. Let me change the jumper setting that's on this card. It's probably a PCI interrupt jumper or something to the effect. Who knows? Maybe it's a boot, no boot jumper. Wait a minute. Okay, my scaler can tell it's plugged into something, I think, because the screen went black. But I don't see any signs that there's actually a signal. Yeah, unfortunately. Unfortunately, I have a feeling the time I got this card to work, that I wrote no Pentium only on the card. Well, that might have been its last boot. So, anyways, the SingLabs card is no good. That's a marginal card. Let me see here. So I got 3 cards left in the repair pile. One is marked no post. It's a Trident card that's no post. We have a Trident card that's marked marginal. And then we have the The one that I probably need to replace the RAM on. Okay, fair enough. All right, so this one was marked as no post. So let's try to clean its contacts. You know, I think this might be the card I bought at LNY Electronics. Yes, this is. I've had trouble with this card before, so it's quite possible this card is... Wait, is this that card? Oh, yeah, I've let me see. If I've recapped this card, then that's the one I got from LNY Electronics. Which only really means that it was sold as is everything else in their store. Also means I did a video on it. You can search my channel. Okay, unlike the other cards that I was cleaning, I don't think I'm getting... Oh. Okay, that Q-tip looked much cleaner. I don't think I'm really getting anything off of these contacts. All right. All right, so as much as I would like to try to repair the Cirrus Logic cards that's got RAM issues, that I'll have to... Well, we'll have to find a... At some point, I'll probably have a repair stream where I've got enough, like, small little things to try to repair that we'll try that there. I've got extra RAM. I've got spare RAM chips, so I can totally try to replace its RAM. All right, so anyways, there we go. This was a no post card. I've cleaned its contacts. I am looking at the back side of the card. I think I do see evidence that I've recapped the card. This may very well be the one I bought at LNY Electronics. And it's now working. I know one way to tell if it is. Does it look like Jailbar City? Oh, yeah. That's Jailbar City. I'm pretty sure this is the card. Okay. I have a feeling... I bet I know what it is. I bet I know I did recap that card because I was having trouble with it. And I thought it needed new caps because it had like Nova brand caps, which in Spanish would mean no go. So that was like no bueno in my mind. No good. So I replaced the Nova caps with, I believe, Panasonic caps. I'm wondering if I got flux on the edge connector. In fact, I probably did get flux on the edge connector. So I'm going to actually remove my no post note on this card. And I'm going to mark it as is. And that'll remind me, this is the one I bought from L&Y Electronics. Because everything at L&Y Electronics is as is, including the books. If you think I'm joking, ask Retrotech Chris. All right. I guess for completeness, I might as well try cleaning the last of the marginal cards. Yeah, it's one last Trident card. Because I can definitely see that the edge contacts are dull. Don't know if that's because they're dirty or if that's because they're worn out. All right. All right. And I'll go ahead and set my bottle of Deoxit 100. So this is like the full strength Deoxit. Prescription strength, if you will, but available over the counter. It's basically the contact cleaner part of Deoxit with none of the like fillers and carriers. It's like the full strength contact cleaner. These contacts really weren't that dirty, but then again, the card is marked marginal, so I will probably leave it marked marginal just to remind me that. Okay, and it fired right up. But then again, it was marginal contacts, cleaned them. Yay. The RAM check crashed at 8 megabytes. That's weird. I did also pick a piece of cotton off the back of the board. Did I maybe crash the RAM test? Okay, maybe that was my doing. Note to self, don't pick errant pieces of cotton off the back of a card. Okay. Alright, well, I guess we got one more Trident card that probably is a bit more reliable because I cleaned the contacts. Okay, there we go. So, I guess overall, contact cleaner fixed a few of the cards that were in the repair pile. So I'll put those two ISA cards back in the pile. Although, unfortunately, I think there's like 3 or 4 PCI cards that are. Well, I think there are like 3 PCI cards that are probably not repairable. This card here, my STB Nitro. Well, this will be on a repair live stream at some point. It has an apparent RAM issue, which is a shame because it's Samsung RAM, which I thought was normally pretty reliable. Anyways, I should have RAM modules to try to put in their place, and those should be fairly easy to replace. So hopefully I can get this card fixed. Although I guess we probably will check to make sure that it's not the graphics chip has become unsoldered. But anyways, yep. So that card will be in a future repair live stream. So it'll go in my repair pile. No, Mikey, I'm about to end the stream because it is it is that time of the evening. So I got through all of my ISA and PCI cards. That means some other time I'll have to test Visa Local Bus and AGP. So, anyways, I'm glad you were here for the adventure. I guess I do now know that what I have that works and what I have that's got to be repaired, and I guess I know of some Trident cards that if I want to have them for reference samples, I will have to reattempt yet again to acquire them. So, but I got a few that I fixed from Contact Cleaner. Yeah, that was pretty much the only ones that I got working were by Contact Cleaner. This one needs new soldered RAM replaced. And I've got one PCI card I couldn't test. I don't have the dongle for the monitors. The Trident cards that just would not post after multiple attempts, probably will not try to fix them because they're not doing enough to point at a solution. So those, considering how they're failing in post, are probably not bad RAM. They're probably the main chip is gone. Some of them did look like they were stored in quite bad conditions. The only card that no. Yep, I think that was pretty much it. So anyways, Thursday there was one card that we didn't get to tonight. I was hoping to get to. But never fear. We'll take a look at it Thursday. We didn't get to AGP cards. So we got this card. But Thursday, we're going to be taking a look at my first PC because I have a replacement part for it to fix one that is not working correctly. Oh no, Mikey says, you can't stop now. How will I stay entertained while washing dishes? Well, if I don't stop now, then how will I get to work early? Because I was, someone asked me nicely if I could get to work early tomorrow. Would prefer to slightly like earlier in the week reminder, but well, I can't fault Outlook for not giving a reminder more than 15 minutes before a meeting. But anyways, now this isn't for my first PC, but this is for my second PC rebuild, which after we replace the part that I have that's still in the box that it was shipped in because it came from overseas, and there are like one of two things that are pretty much almost guaranteed for a package that comes from overseas, and that is that it's either going to be wrapped in craft paper or it's going to be wrapped in tape, or potentially both. In this case, the box is wrapped in tape, so I don't know what kind of cutting device I'm going to need to open it. But anyways, it's safely set to the side. Yes, it will be a Wheel of Regrets testing opportunity, and hopefully it fixes the problem with my first PC rebuild. I will be disappointed if it doesn't. But then we will get to the second PC rebuild where we will try out this wonderful card here that has the Sega Special Edition game in it. It's actually a demo. Yeah. I remember selling these at the computer shop, and I'm pretty sure I bought one for my second PC because it had 3D. So, yeah. And I remember getting this box, too. I remember selling them for sure. I'm pretty sure I bought one for my second PC rebuild because it was 3D. But anyways, we're going to... Now, unlike my first PC rebuild where I actually have photos of it, and I went blurry photos of it, and I went back and identified what I had, and I bought the parts as exact as I can. The only one that I haven't successfully bought that was exact was the modem. I actually did find it on eBay earlier this year. I did actually buy it, and then I got refunded unceremoniously for some reason, and I sent the seller an email saying, well, if you ever do have the modem, or I forget how I worded it, because they didn't say why they refunded it. I think I said that, okay, if that modem ever comes back up for sale, I would like the opportunity to buy it. Or let me know if you relist it or something. I don't think I've listed anything since. So I don't know. Maybe they gave up on eBay completely. But it looked like it was the modem that I had, and I tried, and that was an unsuccessful purchase attempt. But anyways, it's okay. It's not like I'm on dial up these days anyways. I'll probably have to take some creative license there. But I found all the other parts. Anyways, one of them has a fault. I'm hoping the replacement will fix it, because it is an annoying fault for something I would like to do for the eventual video on the computer. Then we'll get to the second PC rebuild, where I don't have photos of it, because I'm pretty sure past me learned from trying to take photos of the first computer that my camera would not focus on them. This was before the age of affordable digital cameras of any quality. So I didn't take any pictures of it, so I'm going more for what I remember having in it. So I do remember having a Super 7 board in it at one point. So we're going to use a nice Super 7 board that approximates it. I do remember what case I had. So I do have the case. I've got a board that should be close enough. I think I've got a processor that's close enough. We'll go for an amount of RAM that makes sense for the operating system of the era. I've got that video card. I'm still looking for the sound card, so I don't have a sound card for it. I'm pretty sure I had an Acer FX3D sound card, but I'm pretty sure I had one that actually had the wavetable chips on it. And I have not been able to find one of those. I found the version that doesn't have the wavetable chips, but they're weird chips, and I don't feel like trying to source the chips from China and them not actually being the right chips. So I'm just going to wait till I find the card that has the chips on it, because there's a chance that I'll find the card that has the chips on it. I will see the picture of it, and something will not click in my brain, and I will be like, that card does not look right, and I will then try to remember what I had. So I'm just going to wait till I find the card, or at least something that feels right. Mikey says, I still have the first motherboard I bought myself, a 386SX, but it got attacked by a Varda. Yeah. Well, my first motherboard I bought, got damaged by lightning, so I don't have, but I managed to rebuy it. Potentially more than once, but we'll get to that on Thursday, because this is not Wheel of Potential Regrets or Wheel of Regrets now. Unless you're talking about this card. Regret. Hopefully I get it fixed. I mean, the picture does look like it's a RAM issue because the way the picture is corrupted. So, I mean, the thing is, the computer seems to be running fine with the card in it. It's just, if you saw what the picture looked like, it looks like the RAM is not reading out correctly. So it probably is a RAM issue. I have a feeling the chipset's fine, because the chipset was quite happily attempting to play Doom. It just couldn't quite make out what was happening. So hopefully the RAM is actually the problem on that card. I replace it and we're good, and then it's not a regret anymore, and I can put it in the system that I intended to. Anyways, we will get to those two systems on Thursday. And then next week, I will not be streaming. I will be taking the week off and enjoying it. So, no streams next week. The following week, on the 29th, I will be taking a look at the bump bars that play Doom. I am going to try to get MIDI working on it. So we will explore that on the 29th, and we'll see if I can get Doom running on it. I may have a few things I bought for that effort, but more, you'll just have to go click notify on YouTube on that stream if you're interested in that. I'll probably do a video on it too, especially if I get it working. The coffee fund does help buy things for shenanigans like that, because I'll let you know I had to. It was one of my international orders from last month that it was a little pricey, but if I get it to work, it'll be worth it. And then on October 31st, I will be returning to the Quadra 700 project. I might have bought a few things to help with that stream, because it is Halloween and we are going to go Jurassic Park theme. So, if you would like to help with, I would like to put together a compilation of all of my viewers saying their favorite G-rated line from any of the Jurassic Park films. So it does not have to be the first Jurassic Park film. If you've got a line you like, or a scene or something that you like, shoot a preferred landscape format video. You don't have to dress up, although if you have something you can throw on to make it look more like the part, bonus points, although the points don't matter. This is kind of like whose line is it anyways. If you have toy dinosaurs or something, you could throw in the scene or whatnot. But yeah, just kind of, yes, I am risking 15 people sending me a video. Please don't 15 people actually do this, because I said I'm afraid that 15 might do it. But yeah, I'm afraid that 15 people might send me that life finds a way. Hopefully we have a little more creativity out there. You can't handle the truth. I think that's from A Few Good Men. Although, I guess in that case, because we are looking at the Quadra and old computers, I mean, it might work. But yeah, you don't have to dress up. You don't have to have dinosaurs. You don't have to do it in front of a computer. But, I mean, if you got a Jurassic Park t-shirt or cap, or you got a toy dinosaur, I mean, do whatever you want. I just kind of wanted to compile you all saying your favorite movie lines. I was going to kind of turn it into a mini trailer to set the scene. But anyways, I need those by the 29th. So if you can reach out to me for more info, and I'll put something together. You had me at hello. Yeah. Actually, hopefully we'll have more people making fun of it's a Unix machine. I know this. Or even the lawyer. I mean, I guess that, yeah. Anyways, something fun for that stream. So that'll be on the 31st, and Thomas was asking more Commodore. Hopefully we'll get back to some Commodore stuff next month. I just kind of had I was kind of not ready to get back to the Commodore stuff yet, because I don't know why. Probably because I did so many Commodore streams and I kind of wanted to take a look at some other things first. But yeah, so we'll get back to Commodore. I know November is kind of Packvember for Packard Bells, and we don't worry. I'm not going to go all in on Packvember. we may have a Packvember stream or two, though. I do have some Packer bells I'd like to put back together, but yeah, we'll get back to Commodore in November. I was kind of hoping that I would get some parts. That's why I haven't scheduled it yet. I was kind of really hoping to try to get a few parts before I scheduled another stream, because I need a 6526 for a 8-bit Tober. That's a good one, Apple's Anonymous. Yeah, I need to try to get a 6526 for my C128 and a SID for my C128, or a SID replacement. And there was like something else I thought I needed for... Oh yeah, and I guess I was trying to find a Jeremy's asking why isn't it November? Because I don't think anyone has fond members of I don't think enough people have fond memories of Novell to have Novell Ember. Yeah. Maybe the computer shop I worked for sold Novell NetWare, but I mainly built the computers to then run Novell NetWare. My boss was the one that set them up. So I couldn't set up a Novell NetWare server. Well, I probably could. I'd have to read the manual first. Anyways, that's what's coming up. We'll get back to Commodores. There are a few parts I'd like to get before I get back to them, if I can. And there was... Yes. And then... yes. And then, hopefully, when we get to December, I've got a couple computers that are... It's about time to take a look at them, too. In fact, I need to see if I gotta try to remember if I got a spare part sitting beside me. It dawned on me today that was like, where did that part go? I'll have to go look for it. Anyways, yeah, there's some... Mikey says the only time I ever used Novell networking was like StarCraft. I think I remember that correctly. Yeah, StarCraft might have worked on Novell network. Yeah, I know there were I don't know. Anyways, it's getting late. I was going to try to get to work earlier by a polite request today. So, anyways, I think that's it. So don't forget to smash that like button, subscribe, and turn on notifications so you know when I go live next. Thursday, first and second PC rebuilds. 29th, the bump bar running Doom, hopefully with MIDI. 31st, we'll get back to the Quadra 700 because it'll be the Jurassic Park themed stream. And then many more live streams after that. So, yeah, make sure you ring that notification bell so you know when I go live. And let me make sure I got my finger on the correct button. So with that, hope to I'd like to thank everyone for joining me tonight, hanging out in the chat, being cool, putting up with me testing video cards. At least now I have a better idea of the PCI and ISA cards I have that work. So that if someone offers me one, I now kind of know what I do and don't have, so that I don't end up with like 30,000 ATI Rage video cards. Because y'all know if you offer me a Trident card, I'm probably going to take it, because I'm a sucker for hard luck cases. What can I say? And with that, take care and God bless. Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon, and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. Don't forget to smash that like button. And if you've liked what you've seen, subscribe and turn on notifications so that you don't miss the next video or live stream. And as always, thank you for all your support. I hope to see you next time. And until then, take care.